Honorable Chief Judge Earl Glanville presiding. Court will now come to order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please
be seated. All right, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Botts and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams. Good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Sr. Good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Ms. Westmoreland. Good morning. Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams. Good morning. All right. Mr. Adams, Mr. Helsky, Mr. Atkins, I should say, Mr. Helsky, Mr. Smith, Ms. Love, and Ms. Hilton. Good morning, councils. All right. Okay. Sergeant Brown, all of our jurors here?
They're here.
Okay. Who is the state starting off with this morning?
Detective T, Your Honor.
Are we going to recall Detective T? Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. So remember, we're not filming Detective T. We've already gone through that already. Okay. Anything before we call out Detective T? Okay. All right. Someone get Detective T, please, first. All right, summon our jurors. Sergeant Brown, all jurors present? All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recommence with testimony of Detective T, who, remember when we were here last time, we had some technology challenges. So he's back with us. And sir, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're witness, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective T.
Good morning.
And welcome back. You last testified on May 29th last week, and we placed states 292 Yankee Alpha, which was outside surveillance footage of the barber shop.
Yes.
I'd like to pick up where we left off.
All right.
So I'm now going to publish 292 Yankee Alpha. And Detective T, What location is captured in the surveillance footage in states 292 Yankee Charlie?
The inside of the barbershop.
And Detective Team, I am now going to advance states 292 Yankee Charlie to 801-44.
Sir.
Ask a question. I don't have in my notes this exhibit's been admitted. I'm not saying that that's accurate. Somebody verify that.
For the record, Your Honor, states 292 Yankee Alpha, or 292 Yankee Delta were all ended last week during his testimony.
That's what I showed Mr. Steele. All right.
Thank you.
Detective T, do you see a person in this frame wearing a black shirt with white letters reading Street Lettuce?
Yes.
And do you know this person?
He's the owner of the barbershop.
How do you know him?
When I had to meet with him to pull the video, and while pulling the video, he and I were talking for duration when the video was pulling.
I am now going to advance states 292 Yankee Charlie to 807-50.
Sorry, 807.
807-58. Detective T, are you familiar with the street the barbershop sits on?
Yes.
And what street is that?
McDaniel Street.
Detective T, can you orient the jury as to the area depicted in states 292 Yankee Charlie, the area that's depicted at 807-58?
Inside the barbershop, looking at the front door of the barbershop.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Inside the barbershop, looking at the front door of the barbershop.
And does that door face McDaniel Street?
Yes, it does.
And is that door depicted at in timestamp 807-58?
Yes.
Where?
Right there next to where this little girl is standing in front of the door.
And I want to advance states 292 Yankee Charlie to 808-21.
That's you.
Detective T, can you tell the jury what the actual time is depicted in the surveillance footage based on your personal observation on the scene?
The video footage in this instance is actually about 46 minutes fast. So the time is actually around 7:22.
And Ms. Lupton, your team plan. And Ms. Love, can you please pause it for 8:09:23? Play a little bit further, I'm sorry. Please pause.
What time?
8:09:35. Detective T, do you see someone inside the barber shop with a red jacket with the letters BGCMB displayed on the back?
Yes.
Do you know that person?
No.
You pause it at 8:09:54. And Detective T has this same individual with the red jacket wearing the letters BGCMB on the back. Has that person exited the barber shop at this time?
Yes.
For the record, Detective T, at this time stamp, 8:11:15, are there individuals looking outside the door?
Yes.
And Detective T at 8:11:37, did the owner, who you identified earlier, did he just walk to the front door?
Yes.
At time stamp 8:12:05, Are there individuals leaving the barber shop because of fees?
Yes.
At 8/12/08, is that the little girl you were referencing earlier?
Yes.
And at 8/12/14, is there another kid standing next to the little girl you pointed out earlier?
Yes.
At timestamp 8/13/51, do you see blue lights outside the barber shop?
Yes.
And are there still individuals within the barber shop at this time?
Yes.
And at timestamp 8/14/09, did the individual with the red jacket appear to come back into the barber shop?
Yes.
And is the person in the red jacket still in the barber shop at this time?
Yes.
At timestamp 8/14/27, did the person with the red jacket on, did he exit the barber shop, or something right in his hand?
Yes. He's going to the door right now.
Can you repeat that, Detective?
Yes, he was going through the door at that point, but yes, he's exited now.
Did he appear to pause before he exited the front door?
Yes.
And did he appear to stop at the front door before he exited?
Yes.
Detective T, did you just see the person with the red jacket leaning outside? Laying down outside?
No, I didn't see that. Can you rewind that again?
Sure. Ms. Love, can you please? Detective T, did you just see the person with the red jacket leaning down outside
Yeah.
the bar?
I stand the objection, Mr. Foreman.
Yeah, it looks like he's bending over.
Detective T, at 8:14:45, do you see the person with the red jacket inside the barber shop at this time?
Yes.
At times at 8:14:56, are there blue lights outside the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay, and is the person with the red jacket still inside the barber shop?
Yes.
Ms. Love, can you please pause at timestamp 8:19:29? And can you, I'm now going to advance it to 8:31:22 for the record. Can you please stop at 8:31:29? Detective T, do you see an officer inside the barber shop at this time?
Yes.
Continue. And for the record, Detective T, is this the first time that we see an officer enter the barber shop?
Yes.
Ms. Love, please pause at 8:32:18. Detective T, do we see a second officer inside the barber shop?
Yes.
Where is he located?
At the front door.
Detective T, at 8:34:09, is the owner still inside the barber shop?
Yes.
Where is he, and what is he wearing?
To the left, he got a red, looks like a hoodie on.
Can you repeat that and speak up a little bit louder?
He's right here on the left. Looks like he has a red shirt on now.
I'm not going to have Ms. Love. Ms. Love, can you please advance to the end of the footage? Actually, strike that. Just, can you play for an additional 30 seconds? Yes, but now you can advance to the end of the footage. Detective G, at 8:43:57, are there officers inside the barber shop?
Yes.
Is this the end? Unfortunately. Detective G, can you please read off the timestamp that's displayed on the screen right now?
8:59 and 12 seconds.
Detective G, does the footage stop at 8:59:59?
Yes.
Now I'm going to publish states 292 Yankee Bravo. Detective T, can you tell the members of the jury what angle of the barbershop footage we are looking at?
This is the barbershop footage in the parking lot between the gas station and the barbershop.
Does that appear to show where the Texaco gas station is?
Yes.
And where is that?
On McDaniel Street and over on the other side of the gas station is Northside Drive.
In the frame, can you point to the members of the jury where the Texaco is?
Right here where you see the light and the gas pumps.
Is it where the mouse is?
Yes.
Ms. Love, please fast forward to the end of the footage. The state's 292 Yankee Bravo also end at 8:59:59.
Yes.
I'm now going to publish states 292 Yankee Delta. Detective T, what angle of the barbershop are we looking at here?
The same parking lot, but looking out on McDaniel Street.
Ms. Love, can you please fast forward, advance to? Can you please advance to 808:38? That's fine. For the record, it's 808:24. Please pause, Ms. Love. And can you rewind just 10 seconds? I'm going to pause it as well. For the record, we are paused at 808:45. Detective T, did you just see sparks appear in the frame?
Yes.
Please fast forward towards the end of the footage. Detective T at timestamp 8:13:48. Do we see blue lights?
Yes. Detective T at 8:14:54. Do you see evidence tape being put up? Yes.
At timestamp 8:15. 08. Do you know the truck that just arrived on scene?
Yeah, that's a fire rescue command vehicle.
And what is that?
It's where the fire captains usually have that vehicle. They have extra medical supplies and things of that nature in those vehicles.
At 8:15:18, is there evidence, I'm sorry, is there evidence tape across McDaniel?
Yes.
I'm now going to advance to 8:24:17. Sure. We'll get that from you. Detective G, the 84201 is the fire rescue truck gone?
Yes.
Detective T, the state's 292 Yankee Delta. Does that surveillance footage also end at 8:59:59?
Yes,
Okay. And were there blue lights still by the Texaco?
yes.
I'm now going to publish state's 295 Yankee. Detective T, are you familiar with this system?
Yes.
And can you explain the system to the jury?
The system, this is the system in the Texaco gas station. This is a GeoVision system. GeoVision system is actually one of the systems we trained on extensively when I went to specialized training in this. It's more of a, say, more robust kind of computer-based system as opposed to just a DVR. It's more in line with a video server. It's connected to the internet, so the time usually is 9 times out of 10 correct on GeoVision systems, and GeoVision systems are actually have a proprietary player that you have to download to play the video also. And what you're seeing right here, you're seeing the proprietary player as opposed to the other one where you were just seeing the video. This one has a timestamp to the bottom left, the date and timestamp on it.
Does this surveillance footage have a different timestamp than the barbershop?
Yes,
And is there footage from 12 different cameras on this system?
yes.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what angle of the Texaco gas station we are looking at here?
This is inside the store looking at the drink coolers.
And what camera number is that?
This is camera number 1,
And what timestamp?
1923:37.
Tell the members of the jury what camera are we looking at here?
The camera 2,
And what angle are we appearing at?
looking at the front door of the business.
What street does the front door of the Texaco face?
McDaniel Street.
And what is the timestamp for camera 2?
1925.
What camera are we looking at here?
Camera 3.
And what location does that depict?
Different angle on the inside of the store looking at the drink coolers.
And the timestamp for this?
1928.
And what camera are we looking at here?
6.
And what angle of the Texaco does it appear to depict?
Looking at the front walkway in front of the front door.
And the timestamp?
1923:34.
And what camera are we looking at here?
The front counter.
Is that inside the Texaco?
Yes.
And the timestamp?
1924:36.
And what camera are we looking at here?
One of the front pumps.
To the Texaco?
Yes.
And the timestamp?
1928:32.
Detective T, can you orient the jury as to the location of the barber shop from the Texaco at this angle?
Oriented, the barbershop's gonna be to the left in kind of a southerly direction.
Is it where the mouse is?
Yes.
And what camera are we looking at here?
Camera 11.
And what is this, what angle of the Texaco does this reflect?
So this is looking at a different set of pumps, but it's looking out toward the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
And the timestamp for this camera?
1926-35.
Detective T, can you kindly stand up and point out to the jury which street is McDaniel and which street is Northside? Do you have a pointer?
This this pointer, this right over here, the street right here is McDaniel Street right here. The street where you see the vehicle headlights, that'll be Northside Drive.
Thank you. And what camera is the jury looking at here?
Camera 12.
And what does this depict?
Another view inside the store looking over at the drink coolers.
And the timestamp?
1925.
And what camera is the jury looking at here?
Camera 13.
And what does camera 13 depict?
Another shot inside the store looking at the candy and look like snacks.
And the timestamp?
1923-56.
And what camera are we looking at here?
Another angle looking at inside the store, looking at look like the grocery section and the candy.
And the timestamp for this camera?
1924-28.
And what camera is the jury looking at here?
Camera 15 inside where the clerks are in the cash register.
And the timestamp?
1923-50.
And what camera is the jury looking at here?
Another angle up in the front of the store, looking at the front door and the cash registers from the outside, though.
Detective T, what are video events?
Video events are just segments of video that the system records.
I'm gonna go back to publish. Under video events, what do those time segments represent?
Those just are video clips, how the system breaks down their video in different time frames.
And are each of these time frames shown on each of the cameras that we've just seen previously?
Yes.
Can you now publish camera 10? Now publishing camera 10 at timestamp 18:41:55. Okay, freeze it at 18:42. Well, Detective T, do you see a gray or silver car pull up to a gas pump?
Yes.
Detective T, can you tell the jury what in regular time does this car pull up?
1842.
What is the,
And regular time, 1842 is actually 6:42.
and is that time different or the same from the barbershop?
The timestamp is going to be different because this is actually correct time, whereas the barbershop footage is 46 minutes fast.
Is that more accurate than the barbershop?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle that is that pulled up?
Looks to be a Pontiac.
Freezing at 18:42:20. Detective T, do you see a gentleman exit the passenger side door of the Pontiac?
Yes.
And does he appear to be walking towards the entrance of the Texaco?
Yes.
Continue. The gentleman, you stop in at 18:42:33. The gentleman who exited the Pontiac is now off screen, off frame, correct?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish camera 2 at 18:42:39. At 18:42:39. And we are starting at 18:42:37 for the record. Continue. Pause. Pausing at 18:42:43. Detective T, is this the same gentleman that exited the Pontiac?
Yes.
Is he wearing a black coat?
Yes.
Do you know that individual?
No.
Continue. Stop. I'm now going to publish camera 1, we are going to advance to 18:42:47. That's right. At 18:42:53, do you see the same gentleman with the black coat on in the frame?
Yes.
Stopping at 18:43:44. Is the gentleman with the black coat on still in the frame?
No.
Okay. I'm now going to publish camera 13. We are going to advance to 18:42:45. Your Honor, may I approach with a member of the defense?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it might be appropriate to do two things at once, two things in succession. It's not at once, but we're going to go ahead and take your comfort break and then go ahead and just take lunch. Okay, so let's go ahead and be back for 12:30, and we'll recommence. So Detective T, we'll see you back at 12:30. Okay. All right. All rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. We'll be in recess until 12:30. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Smith, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right before the lunch, Detective T, we were publishing states 295 Yankee, and we were going to advance to 1842-45. And that was camera 13. Can we get access to it?
I think we just did.
What was it?
1842-47. And Detective T, do you see the gentleman in the black coat inside the Texaco gas station?
Yes.
Detective T, the gentleman with the black coat still in this frame?
Yes.
And we can stop it at 1843-45. And let's now publish camera 2 and advance to 1843-40. Eighteen 43-40. And Detective T, do we see the gentleman in the black coat exit Texaco
Yes.
at 1844-18?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish states 295 Yankee, camera 10. And we will advance to 1844-23. Detective T, is the Pontiac still in the frame at this time?
Yes.
Pause it. And Detective T at 1844-37, you see the gentleman in the black coat, green shirt at Pontiac.
Yes.
It's in which side?
Entering the pasture side, front seat.
Continue. Can you play the 1848-22 video time event? Yes, sir. Is the Pontiac still in this frame, Detective T?
Yes. Detective T, we're going to stop at 1851-09. I'm going to have Ms. Love advance until I take the calls.
doing that, Detective T, why does the camera foot black out at times?
It was the motion activated system for the outside.
Go to the next frame. It is 18:53:22. Correct, that's where that ends. So the next slide would be 18:58:22. Please advance this and stuff. Please advance to the next video segment, which is 18:58:22. And is the Pontiac still in this frame, Detective T?
Yes,
At timestamp 18:58:22?
yes.
Please advance, Ms. Love. This video segment ends at 19:03:23, where we'll advance to the next video segment. Is the Pontiac still in the frame, Detective?
Yes.
Start at 19:03:23. Is the Pontiac still in this frame, Detective T?
Yes.
At 19:08:15, is the Pontiac still in this frame, Detective T?
Yes.
Ms. Love, please advance to the next video segment, which is 19:08:31. Please continue to advance, Ms. Love. And Detective T, is the Pontiac still in this frame?
Yes.
Okay. This video segment ends at 19:13:29. Is the Pontiac still in this frame?
Yes.
Ms. Love, please advance to 19:13:31. Wait right there. At 19:15:00, Detective T, do you see a vehicle pulled directly in front of the Pontiac?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle this is?
Not off the top of my head.
Continue. At 19:15:19, Detective T, do you see the gentleman with the black coat on exit the passenger side of the Pontiac? he had approached the vehicle that stopped in front of the Pontiac?
Yes.
Continue, Ms. Love. At 19:15:53, did you see the person get out of the driver's seat?
Basis. Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. At 19:16:02, do you see the guy in the black jacket?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Get out of the vehicle.
Detective T, do you still see the gentleman in the black jacket?
Yes.
What area of the vehicle is he? Where is he located? Depicted at in this frame.
In the driver's side door.
And what time stamp is that?
1916-06.
What actual time is that?
7:16 p.m.
Detective T, at 19:16:53, did the vehicle that was parked in front of the Pontiac, did that vehicle just leave?
Yes.
In 19:17:20, do you see the gentleman in the black coat re-enter into this frame?
I sustain the objection.
Detective T, did you see the gentleman in the black coat?
Yes, he got back into the driver's side of the vehicle.
Continue. At 19:17:27, do you see the Pontiac pull out of the gas station?
Yes.
Now one published, camera 11. And we will advance to 1916, 12. Pause it. In 1916, 23. You see the guy in the black coat approach any vehicle?
Yes, it approaches this vehicle is pulled up right there in the middle of the screen.
Continuing. Please play the next segment, Ms. Love, at 1921, 35. For the record, we're continuing in 1916, 57, 58. Stop it in 1917, 30. Detective T, did you see the Pontiac exit the Texaco?
Yes.
We are now going to publish. You can exit that. And the state will now publish states 296Y. Now publishing states 296Y. Detective T, is this a snippets from different angles of the barbershop and the Texaco footage?
Yes.
Please play. Detective King, is this a continuation in time from place to place?
Yes.
Court to know this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross, hold on. Mr. Matthews? All right, Ms. D. Williams? All right, Mr. Weinstein? Okay, all right, Ms. Westmoreland? All right, Mr. Sharp?
I have a brief indulgence just to ask a stated question.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please record. Good afternoon, Detective T.
Good afternoon.
My name is Max Sharp, I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Okay.
He's not. The light is, okay, it's flickering on and off. Sir, I wanted to ask you some questions about what's been marked as 292 Yankee, States 292 Yankee Alpha. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just publish that. Okay, go ahead. Okay, and pause it. Okay, Detective Teague, 292 Yankee Alpha is video that you retrieved on January 10th of 2015, correct? Or going into January 11th, 2015?
Yeah, because it was, the barbershop was closed, so I had to go.
Understood.
Tuesday.
Okay, and we've already established, I believe we've established that even though the video says 8 o'clock, as it appears to begin according to the camera at 8 o'clock p.m., that time is off a certain amount.
Yes, it is.
And could you remind me what that,
It's like about 46 minutes fast.
okay, approximately 46 minutes
Right,
fast.
so just so we're all on the same page ahead of where it should be.
Okay. And is it fair to say that all the cameras from this system, from the cameras on that barbershop, are linked in time with each other?
Yes,
So they're all 46 minutes fast?
yes,
Okay. Now, I'm noticing that this video begins at 8 o'clock p.m.
yes.
Did you collect any videotape prior to this video saying 8 o'clock p.m.? In real time, it would be 46 minutes before that.
No,
Okay. Were you asked by Detective Thorpe to collect any video that would have been prior to this time from these video cameras?
no,
Okay. If you had been asked to do so, would you have collected those videos?
yes.
Were those videos available to your
Yes.
knowledge?
They were available.
Okay. Now, this begins at 8 o'clock p.m. according to this camera, I guess 7:14 p.m.
Yes,
Okay, in Eastern Standard Time.
yes,
Now, You don't know Donovan Thomas.
No,
Okay, and you have not identified Donovan Thomas in any videos, correct?
no.
Okay, but you have identified a man in a camouflage jacket, correct?
They pointed out, yeah, he was walking around out there.
Right. And as we look right here, do you see the gentleman with, it appears to be some sort of white headscarf at the bottom of the screen?
Yes,
Is that eventually the same gentleman that is wearing the camouflage?
I believe so. If we can play it.
Mr. Kokomo, could you just play this for maybe a minute or two, just so we could determine that? And if you could, there you go. And Investigator T, if you could just tell me when you're in a position to answer that question confidently.
Right about there.
Okay, so can we, at this point, now that you've been able to review the video, those 3.5 minutes approximately, can we agree that that is the person, that gentleman is the person in the camouflage jacket that we spoke of?
Yes,
And can we agree, would you agree that that gentleman was present at, according to the camera, at that scene since 8 minutes, or excuse me, 8 o'clock on
yeah,
the,
that time, yeah.
okay.
8
And,
o'clock, you know, timestamp on the
Right.
video, yeah.
okay, and you've reviewed this video, correct?
Yes,
That gentleman is eventually shot on video.
yes,
Okay, that gentleman remains on the camera in this parking lot from the time the video begins until the time he's shot. You would agree?
I agree.
Okay. And we don't have the video from And you would agree that the time of the shooting on the video is approximately 8:08:37?
From when the shooting occurred or
The time on the video?
right now?
No, when the shooting occurred.
Yes, around 8:08 and some seconds.
37?
Yeah.
Okay. So according to this video, this gentleman was in that parking lot for approximately 8 minutes and 37 seconds before being shot.
Yes.
Okay. And additionally, we don't have video from prior to 8:00 p.m. according to this video, 7:14 Eastern Standard Time.
No.
Okay, so that gentleman, we can say before being shot, was in that parking lot at least 8 minutes and 37 seconds and potentially longer than that if we had video from prior to that time.
Yeah, potentially.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
I'm sorry, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay, we don't have that video.
No, we don't have it.
Okay, you would agree from your review of the video that this gentleman did not walk out of a barber shop immediately prior to being shot. You would agree, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis. I sustain the objection.
According to the video that you've reviewed, you would agree that this gentleman did not walk out of a barber shop immediately prior to being shot, according to the video.
Your Honor.
Still the same basis, Mr. Sharp. Move on. I sustain the objection.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you display what's been marked States Exhibit 292 Yankee Alpha Charlie? You can display. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Could you display at 8:09:20 according to the video time? Okay. And could you play it from 8:09:20? Mr. Kokomo? Thank you, sir. Okay. Pause it. Okay, at 8:09:27, you were asked about a gentleman in a red jacket on direct, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked about the color of his jacket, and correct?
Yes.
Were you asked any other questions about him?
About the lettering they had on the back of the jacket.
Veteran. What about what's in his hand?
Looks to be a long gun.
A what?
A long gun.
When you say long gun, what does that mean?
Rifle.
What kind of rifle? Assault rifle?
I don't like the term assault rifle, just
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. At 8:09:30, do you see that what you've determined to be a rifle in that gentleman's hands?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked about that on direct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Relevant.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know who this gentleman is?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Investigator, my understanding is your role in this case was to collect footage from two specific locations, correct?
Yes.
The barbershop, which we just viewed, and the Texaco at the corner of Northside Drive and McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you said that this is typically your role in investigations. You are someone within APD and also with the feds that
I'm not a Fed.
Okay.
No, not a Fed. Just
Okay.
strictly APD.
with APD whose role generally is to collect videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, I believe, last week that sometimes you may make suggestions of videos that can be collected, but you generally just follow the instructions of the lead investigator.
Yes,
And the lead investigator in this case is Investigator Thorpe, correct?
yes,
And you followed the instructions of Investigator Thorpe, correct?
yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about cameras in Atlanta. I want to clarify some things from last week. Okay. In Atlanta, and I guess any other city or rural area for that matter, businesses may have cameras, correct?
Yes,
Also, individual residences, houses may have cameras if they want,
yes,
okay? And those cameras, if they're operational, the recordings are something that you're able to obtain, correct?
yes,
Okay, and sometimes law enforcement can ask the owner of the camera if they can have the footage from the person's camera, correct?
yes,
Or the business's camera.
yes,
And other times, if the owner of the camera is not cooperative, you can use search warrants and different subpoenas to obtain camera footage, correct?
yes,
Okay. In addition to individuals having cameras, you talked about a VIC camera system.
yes,
And that's something in Atlanta, correct?
yes.
And that's been in Atlanta since 2007?
I think so. I think that's around the time of it was initiated.
Okay, and remind me, what does VIC, is VIC?
Yes, VIC stands for Video Integration Center.
Okay. And that consists, the the VIC system consists of city-owned cameras, correct, at different locations,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And then also individuals who own cameras can also opt into the VIC system, correct?
yes, it can.
So businesses can opt into the VIC system, correct?
Yes, it can.
Homeowners can opt into the VIC system, correct?
Yes, it can.
And the VIC system centralizes all that information and makes it accessible to law enforcement.
Yes,
And you, I believe you testified last week that as part of this VIC system, there's actually an interactive map, correct?
yes,
And that is something that's not available to the public, right?
no,
But is available to law enforcement.
yes,
And it would have been available in 2015, correct?
yes,
Okay, and that interactive map not only shows you the presence, it shows you where different VIC linked cameras are, correct?
yes,
And that would include all the private cameras and all the city cameras, correct? Okay. And it shows you which ones are operational and working at that time, correct?
yes,
In addition to private cameras and the VIC cameras, we also talked about LPRs, correct?
yes,
License plate readers,
yes,
and they have cameras, correct?
yes, but they don't, their cameras operate a little differently than, pan, tilt, zoom, or video cameras. Their LPRs are actually just high speed. Once the camera's triggered, it's taking pictures to actually, capture tags.
Understood. So what, as I understand what you're saying, they're not necessarily video cameras, they're more snapshots.
Yes,
Okay. But those snapshots are saved in a system, correct?
yes,
And law enforcement has a map of where all the LPRs are, correct?
yes,
And law enforcement has a way to access all of the photos taken by LPRs in Atlanta, correct?
yes,
Okay. You've testified that Detective Thorpe asked you to collect these two cameras from these two locations. Are you familiar with the Green Store at 322, I believe, Glen Street?
322 Glen Street. Yeah, I think so.
Convenience store painted bright green.
Basis. I'll rule the objection.
Yeah.
You can answer it.
It's a convenience store painted bright green
Yes,
in the Mechanicsville area, correct? About quarter mile from the barber shop?
yes,
Okay. Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to collect security video from the Green Store from January 10th, 2015?
Basis.
And hearsay.
It wouldn't be hearsay, but I'll sustain in terms of relevance.
May we approach?
No,
May I proffer?
no, we can proffer later. Just go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay.
Okay.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to collect video from the McDonald's at the corner of Old Hateville Road and Cleveland Avenue for January 10th, 2015?
No,
Did Investigator Dennis ever ask you to collect that video from the McDonald's?
no, not that I remember.
Did Investigator Gaither ever ask you to collect a video from that McDonald's?
No,
If they asked you, would you have collected it?
yes, I would have.
Okay. Did Investigator Thorpe in this investigation ever ask you to provide him with or to view the interactive map of the VIC cameras in the area?
Basis.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
That wouldn't be my function. I don't control the video integration center. He would have to call up to the video integration center himself to talk with them.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to provide him with the map of the LPRs in the area?
Once again, not what I do. He would have to call the video integration center for that information.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to search for other video systems or surveillance system in other businesses in the area?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Approach. Mr. Smith. Mr. Mr. Adams or Mr. Steele? Anything, gentlemen?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, Hello, sir.
Good. How you doing, sir?
Good. How you feeling?
Good.
May I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay. Um, from your personal knowledge and your work and experience and your training, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen, this jury, starting, let's say, 2012, and then come forward, the capabilities of capturing law enforcement within your purview, capturing this video of the streets of the city of Atlanta in the areas that you were just asked about?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Made.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase it.
Good.
Specifically the areas of the Texaco, the Green Store, the McDonald's, those type of areas.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Same basis, made.
Oh, I'm on board with the objection.
Okay.
And tell the jurors.
Well, you just talk, just to clear, you're talking about the capacities of the video integration center over time and the amount of cameras decrease. Basically, since the inception of the program, the cameras have expanded exponentially. I mean, they're constantly installing cameras, constantly getting more citizen buy-in and constantly more integration with local governments and state and county agencies. In the beginning, pretty much like I said, it was pretty much city cameras and a few privately owned cameras in certain areas. But now we're talking about everything from DOT cameras, building cameras in certain places, government buildings, massive private places like Atlantic Station, developments. It's really expanded over time.
How about, if you can remember, how about starting in 2012, 13, going into 13, how expansive was the areas I've asked you about, capturing, the camera system?
Camera system in those areas you specifically asked for back then, it was kind of still in the beginning stages of it. A lot of pan tilt zoom cameras, whereas pan tilt zoom cameras are pretty much designed to watch larger areas, try to catch everything. If somebody who's monitored sees something, he can pan and zoom in on what's going on. But over time, there's been a massive increase of LPRs, the license plate reader cameras. And in fact, a lot of places, they're constantly studying the effectiveness of the cameras. So a lot of times in some areas, they've moved the pan tilt zoom cameras away because they weren't really catching what they wanted and went to LPRs, because the way you have to constantly look at the system is you have to look at the crime that's going on in a specific area. If more crime is vehicle borne, LPRs are better. But if you have some area, just to give an example, like down around Phillips Arena, Mercedes-Benz and stuff like that, you have a lot of pedestrian traffic. Those instances, pan tilt zoom cameras serve you better because you can use it as a force multiplier to watch what's going on without actually having to have people on the ground doing it. So one person multiplies his ability to keep an eye on things.
And how about, so I asked about 2012 going to 13, how about 2013, 14, and 14, 15? Because this is January 10th, 11th, 2015, right?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how the cameras were at that time, if you remember, if you don't remember.
Yeah, it's pretty much like I said, it's just been a constant growing like a child. Some starts off as an infant and now they're a teenager getting ready to get out of high school. So you compare the 18-year-old to a toddler as far as growing of the system.
And it started in approximately 2008, 2009. Is that what you testified to?
2000, but I remember initial meetings of it goes even back further.
2005.
Five, just meetings and talking and discussing. Pretty much, to give an example, a lot of the stuff is patterned after London. London is one of the most surveil cities in the world, and they've been using this stuff in London for years. And the powers that be got the idea that Atlanta international city, let's use this to help us out.
Okay. And by January 10th of 2015, were there these type of cameras throughout the city that we're talking about right now in the area that could have been gotten? I know you weren't asked to do it.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Because the thing is, though, it's one of the things I can't say where the cameras were at that time, what they were looking at, or like we said, if the camera was even working.
Okay. Now, I'd like to, you were asked a lot of questions about the gentleman in I'll just say in the camouflage dress.
Yes.
God forbid was shot. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. That person, do you know what time, do you have any evidence to show what time that person exited any building?
Not that I remember.
Okay, so that person was already on the scene around that vehicle that you identified, I think with the help of the prosecution, as in Tahoe. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? So
Yes,
he was
sir.
on that scene the entire time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember how many minutes that was?
I couldn't say off the top of my head how many minutes. He was there because when the video starts, what's it, like 8 minutes or so before the shooting?
Okay, so at least 8 minutes.
Yes.
All right. Now, I also want to show you, with the help of Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, and I believe it is State's Exhibit 295Y, and that's the Texaco gas station. If I'm wrong on the exhibit, I'll get corrected, okay?
All right.
And if, with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo show that parking lot, Your Honor? Thank you, sir. And I'd like to focus on what I think you've identified as a Pontiac vehicle. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's just go through this. Do you know whether the images can be zoomed in on?
You play with the player. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I have 295Y.
Which, what part?
The parking lot, zooming in on the Pontiac.
I believe that's camera 10.
Thank you.
Which time?
If you show it, then I'll be able to. If you can get it to the Pontiac being there, that would be helpful. Your Honor, for the record, this is States 295Y, camera 10, according to Honorable Douglas Weinstein, and I'll give you the time in one moment, Your Honor, once Prosecutor Love puts it on the screen. Okay, and I think it's there. If you could come back. If you could just come back a little closer, less blurry. You can make the car come forward if that's okay. Perfect. Okay, and Your Honor, that's 8:42. Is that the Pontiac you've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're certain it's a Pontiac because you know cars, you have a Pontiac? How do you
I
know?
used to have a Pontiac,
Okay.
so that's why I'm familiar with
Okay.
that grill on that car.
You familiar with what?
That's why I'm familiar with the grill, kind of on that vehicle.
You said
The
the
light.
grill. Is that true?
Yeah, the grill and the lights pattern.
Let's do this then. Can we, with the state's permission and assistance, with the court's permission, of course, can you blow up the grill as much as you can without it getting too distorted? I'm sorry? Can you zoom in on the grill? The color. Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, do me a favor. On that, if you could just put it back on the screen, if you don't mind. Detective, I'd like you to, and if you don't want to do it, I'm not asking you to stand up, but if you don't mind standing up, there should be a stick around you. If you could show the ladies and gentlemen jury the grill you're talking about.
This portion.
Okay, now, explain to them what you mean by seeing the center of the grill.
Well, just the general shape of it.
Okay, and then can you do me a favor? Using the pointer, can you show the ladies and gentlemen the center of that grill? Is there a vertical line or design in Pontiac that you recognize?
No, you mean the vertical line? No, it's just I recognize the general shape as a whole.
All right.
Because just generally just the lights and just the grill, this whole thing is what I recognize as being a Pontiac. And that's,
I'm sorry.
I'm not a vehicle expert, but I just used to own one. That's why I just.
John, may I approach the screen just in point for a second?
Yes, you may.
If you just help me out for a second. So I'm referring to. You see this going up and down?
Yes, right there.
Okay. And that's part of the grill. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, when that car, that Pontiac leaves the scene, this is, you know that to be a proper time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the proper time, the 1842?
Because this particular system, like I said, is a computer-based system and it's connected to the internet. Same way as your laptop generally keeps the time.
Okay. So,
Versus the system in the barbershop, it's more of it's a DVR system. It has a small battery in it to keep the time right on, if the power out goes out or something like that. Problem with those systems is daylight savings, things of that nature. You constantly have to update the time.
that's more human error.
This human error because most people don't know, how to do that. Once the installer installs it for them, let it keep going. Whereas this system does it automatically on its own.
All right. And if we can go to, and I may need a little help here, the barbershop capturing right before the shooting occurs from the street angle. That should be State's Exhibit number 292, and I have A, but I could be wrong. Could you? You have it? Oh, Mr. Kokomo said he's doing it. Thank you. He said he's doing it. Thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you very much, though. And if we can move it almost to the time of the shooting, which is around, according to this, I know it's not the real time because we have to subtract 46 minutes, but about 8:08. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooting is actually what, 8:08 is about 30 something?
It's some seconds in. I don't remember specifically how many seconds in, but it's around 8:08.
All right, well, if Mr. Kokomo can go slow and play, Your Honor, it is 8:08:30 started. Okay, and 8:08:40 I got approximately, that's when the shooting occurred, right? Okay, if Mr. Kokomo can go back to maybe 8:08:20 seconds, I'd like you to look for, was a Pontiac a lighter colored car in the Texaco gas station?
Yes, it looked to be.
Okay. I'd like to see a car before the shooting. Okay, if you stop it. It went too fast. He's too fast. If you go back, Mr. Kokomo, to about 8:08:27. I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo, detective, to just stop it at 8:08:27 or thereabout, if that's okay. Okay, it stopped at 8:08:26. Mr. Kokomo, are you able to blow up and zoom in on that car? Can you blow it anymore? Is that the best you got? Yes? Okay. If you can zoom out just a little bit. Can you tell, if you can't, if it's just too distorted?
I cannot. What kind of car that is.
One more time.
I can't tell you what kind of car that is just from this picture right here.
Can you see if Mr. Kokomo blows it backward? Yeah, less distortion. Can you see that the grill has lines going horizontal?
Yes, I can see it right there.
Okay, and that's different than the Pontiac that you showed us earlier, correct?
Yes,
So that's not the Pontiac, fair to say?
fair to say.
And when I say the grill, can you just show the jurors, because, you know, they have a big disadvantage. We look at this stuff like 55,000 times.
Just from this portion right here.
You see those three grills going, or not grills, lines going across? Okay, and obviously you don't want to commit what type of car it is, but it's not the Pontiac, fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Is that correct? All right. Now, from here, it's approximately, and if you could zoom back out to normal shot, we're going to have another 12 seconds until the shooting, until what I call about 39 seconds, 40 seconds at 8:08. Is that true? Till the shooting, what appears to be people reacting to gunfire?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to count how many cars until presumably the car that's shooting the firearms, okay? Or the firearm. Okay, if you could play it, Mr. Kokomo. If it slows, that would be fine too. So you could stop it right there. If you go back, Mr. Kokomo. At 8:08:22, he's going to play it. If you could, Mr. Kokomo. That's some sort of SUV. This is the car we just stopped on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the Pontiac. This is another car, another SUV, and then this is going to be another car, and then we're getting up to the time of the shooting. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. The other cars that were in sequence, they were not the Pontiac either, right? Color-wise?
No.
Am I correct?
What I'm saying, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you remember how long it took until you see the blue lights on the timer? When I say how long it took, I'm starting with, you know, the 8:08:41.
Yeah, well, about 4 to 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then the jurors have seen it, so I don't want to waste anyone's time. So
Yeah.
whatever's captured, though, you can see the lights
Yes, you can.
flashing even inside the barbershop. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. Fair to say.
Okay. All right. From your grabbing and preserving and memorializing these videos that you did for us,
Mhm.
and thank you for your work, if I didn't thank you. You don't see the gentleman, the camouflage who, God forbid, was shot after he shot. Is that true? He's off the screen that you were able to?
Until they start wheeling people off in the gurneys. That's
Okay. So we don't know whether he fired a weapon or not. We just don't see him.
uh-uh.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I just have 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have about 5 minutes.
I thought you told me you didn't have anything. Oh, you deferred. Okay, all right. Come on, let's go.
I promise to be quick, Your Honor.
Yeah, famous last word. We'll see.
I know.
Okay, all right. Go
Okay.
ahead, sir. Take your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective
Yeah,
T.
how you doing, sir?
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Deamonte Kendrick's attorney.
All right.
I just have a few questions for you. Mr. Kokomo, would you publish with the court's permission 292 Yankee Alpha? Can you go to timestamp 808:20, about 20 seconds back? Yeah, that's good. 808:18 will be fine. Detective Teague, I want you to watch when the car goes by that appears to do the shooting and tell me if you see that car stop for 20 seconds, okay? Mr. Kokomo, please play the video. Okay, thank you. Do you see the car stop for 20 seconds like something out of Boys in the Hood?
No.
Okay. Do you recall a few short minutes ago, you testified about State's Exhibit 295 Yankee, the GeoVision system in Texaco?
Yes.
And on camera 10 at timestamp 19:17:17, you saw a man in a black coat. You testified that you saw a man in a black coat get in the driver's side of the Pontiac. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes, it did.
And then you testified that at 19:17:27 that the Pontiac pulls out of the gas station, correct?
Yes, it did.
Do you ever see the man in the black coat get into any other car?
No.
So the last that you see of the man in the black coat is that he gets into the Pontiac and the Pontiac pulls out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Any other counsels?
Detective T, good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Carlton Matthews, we have Mr. Marquavius Huey.
Okay.
You were asked in the barbershop video some questions about this person that had on the red and white jacket, correct?
Yes.
You were asked whether or not you were able to identify that individual. Remember that?
Yes.
You were not able to identify that person, correct?
No.
You were able to see that there was a long gun or a rifle of sorts in that person's hand, correct? Were you, or did you give an assignment or receive an assignment to do any type of analysis on that rifle?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that the identity of that person perhaps could have been established had there potentially been some type of forensic evidence on the firearm being retrieved?
I stand.
Do you have familiarity, Detective Teague, with fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have familiarity with DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
You do know that DNA analysis could potentially reveal particles on a handgun, correct?
Possibly if the person wasn't wearing gloves.
And did you see any gloves in the video of the person that was wearing the red and white jacket?
Not that I remember.
Okay. That being said, it would be fair to say that it's possible that there could be fingerprint evidence that could have been retrieved from that firearm, correct?
Speculation.
I stand objection.
Do you know whether or not it's possible that fingerprint evidence can be revealed from a firearm?
Still cause speculation.
Okay.
Let's move on, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the technology that you have with respect to pooling together surveillance information and videos. That is actually something that can be done throughout the city of Atlanta with the VIC system, correct?
You mean pooling all the cameras in the area and stuff like that? You're talking about that? Yes.
Okay. And so it's not just relegated to certain segments of the city. These VIC cameras are throughout the city, correct?
Yes, they are.
They're in Southwest Atlanta, correct?
Some in Southwest Atlanta. That's why we have to have a map, to
Sure.
see where they are. Because by saying they're in Southwest Atlanta, one person could even speculate they're on every street in Southwest Atlanta, and they are not.
Okay. They are in North Atlanta in terms of the city, Buckhead area,
Yes, they are.
right? In fact, the technology is so advanced that you could literally follow a vehicle with VIC cameras from point A to point B if you did your homework, correct?
Not
Objection,
quite.
Your Honor. This is speculation.
I stand.
Do you know whether or not it's possible that you can follow a vehicle for many points throughout the city using the surveillance that's available to you?
Well, I can speculate how you can run into problems with that. Ideally you think that, but as I already said, a lot of the systems, pan tilt zoom cameras only look where they look. So say, I'm just giving you an example. Say the camera's right here. Just because the camera is right here doesn't mean that the camera's looking at the street. The camera could be panned looking at a field, something, or straight along the sidewalk, or even straight down, depending on what the last person left the camera at.
Okay.
So that's kind of hard to say, like, yes, you could follow a vehicle, because even today, we have issues in certain areas still following a vehicle for long periods of time, depending on where a crime happened.
Okay. Were you ever asked or received any assignment to do any surveillance or retrieve any camera footage from a 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant.
It's part of the indictment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Morosco, I would have to look back specifically. Now, I pull video from so many places in the city just by throwing up an address. We keep databases and stuff where we go specifically. Because I've been pretty much all over the city pulling video, and I would need to be refreshed just off throwing off a location top of my head, because there's some locations you could throw up and I pull video for 20 times. So I kind of had to be specific about, did I pull video for a specific incident that I recall? But Morosco, I pulled video from several businesses around the Morosco area for different incidents, because you got to understand, I pull video for the whole department, and me and my coworkers. So we pull video for our burglary unit, larceny, auto theft, ag assault, robbery, and homicide. So just to throw out a location like that is like, need a little bit more context.
To your knowledge, have you been asked to pull any video footage from any area around 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, in connection with this case?
Objection, Your Honor. That's an answer.
And the video footage that we've seen and that you've testified to here today, we have not heard any audio footage or audio with respect to any of the video surveillance at the Texaco, correct?
Correct.
And there was no audio, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And there was no audio that you were aware of in any connection with the barbershop, correct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So you're not aware of any conversations or any discussions that were being had in any of these videos that we've seen, correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any further inquiry? Any defense counsel? Redirect.
Detective T, you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp about what you pulled. Please tell the jury exactly what did you collect, and by that, I mean, what length of footage did you collect from each camera?
For this connected, I collected an hour's worth of footage from each camera on each system. A little bit more for the GeoVision because of the way that the system collects video. So, you know, just because I put in a time frame for an hour, it's going to give me a little bit more on the front end and the back end. It's just the way that system is designed.
Detective T, what length of time were you asked for?
Length of time from like 7 o'clock to like 8 o'clock.
Is this for the barbershop?
From the barbershop and the Texaco. I think the time's off just a little bit, but I was directed by Detective Thorpe for specifics.
You were asked on cross by Mr. Sharp and Mr. Shield about what the person in camouflage did before the footage shown in States 292 Yankee Alpha. Were you at the barbershop just in that footage just before 7 p.m.?
Was I at the barbershop?
Were you on scene?
No.
Did you personally observe where the gentleman in the camouflage was in that footage
You mean?
prior to the shooting?
No.
And were you personally on scene when the SUV in States 292 Yankee Alpha was parked in that parking lot?
No.
Detective T, you were asked on cross about LPRs and big cameras. To your knowledge, were there any LPRs or big cameras at McDaniel in Northside on January 10, 2015 that you know of?
Oral, sir. None that I knew of at that point.
You were asked on cross by Mr. Steele to explain the capacity of law enforcement to pull footage from areas. Are there more cameras now than there were in 2015?
Yes.
Are you able to say whether the Texaco footage was exactly accurate or off by a minute or two?
I said generally they're usually correct, but when we talk about time, everyone will have to come to an agreement about what time we're talking about. The time you have on your Verizon phone versus your time you have on your AT&T phone, T-Mobile, or the atomic clock. So we generally say, that's why we like to use approximate time.
Mr. Matthews asked you about the advanced nature of cameras. Were cameras in 2015 as advanced as they are today?
No, nowhere in the ballpark.
Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any further examination? Mr. Sharp?
Investigator T, you were just asked about the presence or availability of VIC cameras or LPRs. You remember that?
Yes.
You said none that you know of were
Yeah.
available. The way you determine if LPRs or VIC cameras are available is you look for them, correct?
Two ways. Either one, you're standing out there and you see it and you can point it out, or two, you look at the map.
Look at the interactive map.
Yeah.
Did Detective Teague ever ask you to look for? Thank you. I'm getting to know him. Did Detective Thorpe ever ask you to look for VIC cameras?
No.
Did he ever ask you to look at the interactive map for VIC cameras?
No.
All right. Did you ever look for VIC cameras or the interactive map?
No, I keep it moving on to the next request.
Because you're not the lead investigator, correct?
Well, I'm not.
Thank you.
Any further examination? Yes, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Can you just explain, if you know, how many days or weeks or months or years does your agency hold these images from these cameras?
Vid cameras, basically our cameras specifically, the city holds for like about 2 weeks as of today, right now. Private cameras that are piped in through the system, the videos aren't technically stored on city servers. They're stored on the servers of the hard drives that's actually owned by that specific business. The city just has access to the recordings, so that can vary. Over my career, I've seen some hold as low as maybe a couple of days, depending on quality or whoever set it up to like 90 days or 6 months. It all depends on how big your hard drives are, if you have multiple servers and things of that nature.
Was that same answer applied to year 2014, 15, 16, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you actually watch with the owner of the barbershop and I'm going to say the manager, but whomever at Texaco? Were you there on the scene, actually able to watch the video and then download it or capture it?
No, usually process I use is I go in, and first thing I have to do is I have to establish the time offset if there is one. And once I've established the time offset, I'll pull the time frame that the detective referenced. Once I pull the video, these systems, you can't watch the video while it's pulling. You get a progress bar like you're downloading something. So you pick the cameras and you put the start time and end time, and it downloads. Once I get back to the office, I make sure that what was requested is being shown, at which after that, all the evidence is turned over to the lead investigator.
And when you say the offset, that's the 46 minutes approximately that you're referring
Yes.
to in this case?
Yes.
And then you did the same protocol. You gave Detective Thorpe or one of your coworkers the downloaded playable videos that you shown this lady.
Yes, it goes directly to the lead investigator.
And then the lead investigator, you watched the videos to make sure they were there.
Yes.
Otherwise, you'd go back, I assume.
Yeah, and go back, and then the lead investigator, he's supposed to watch them again. Over time, sometimes they've asked, well, can you go back and get before? Can you go back and get after? Never was requested to go back and get any more.
In this case?
In this case.
Even though the car is driving past the barbershop, past the Texaco, and makes a turn?
I stand the objection.
Yeah.
I didn't answer the question?
Stand the objection.
Okay. You made this available to Detective Thorpe, your work
did.
product. Otherwise,
We wouldn't be here right now.
you wouldn't be doing your job.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Detective Teague, just one or two questions.
Mhm.
Detective Teague, you all actually train the detectives that are out on the scene and equip them with the knowledge and information that the window of time to collect and preserve video evidence is short, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's imperative that the lead detective who handles these cases call upon your assistance pretty quickly, correct?
Yes.
And when they don't do that, potentially helpful evidence is lost, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Anything further, sir?
I just want to find a question, Your Honor. Detective 2013, 14, and 15 were big cameras and LPRs still in their infancy.
Pretty much for city use, yes.
No further question.
All right, anything further? All right, may Detective T be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporary.
All right, sir, I'm a temporary excuse you witness. What that means is you'll be subject to being recalled at some other time. We'll give you plenty of advance notice. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a comfort break, about 15 minutes, and we'll come back and see where the rest of the day leads us, okay? All right, we're in recess. All right, we're in recess.
This is it.
It's flying, but back.
It is.
Flying like a stork.
today, so if you have a witness, we can start. Members of the state.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have a motion before, this witness. I believe Mr. Steele filed some objections to the state's exhibits, and so we would need to hear that before the next witness.
Who's your next witness?
Donovan Thomas.
I'll tell you what, then, let me excuse the jury. We'll take up the motion, and then we'll use that for the rest of the day. Okay, can we summon our jurors, please? All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a period in the day. I believe it might be prudent for us to go ahead and recess you all. We have to take up some other matters that may, just in the use of the court's time, we'll go ahead and recess you for the day and have you come back in the morning, okay? So with that, all right, ladies and gentlemen, for the 5th of June, tomorrow, report for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And tomorrow is a regular business day, okay? So we'll work till probably somewhere around 5 o'clock, all right? All right, any ministerial inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your customary ad nauseum admonitions. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket as you leave. You can pick those back up tomorrow morning. Remember, as you're sitting back there or congregating in ones and twos, no matter where you're going, please do not discuss anything about anything that you've heard thus far in the trial of this matter. Remember, as I told you earlier, it would be a violation for you to sit back there in your headquarters, jury deliberation room, or any other place and basically handicap or otherwise review the testimony. What do you think about this particular witness? Or start or in any way engage in any deliberative process. Remember, you only can do that when the court instructs you on that at the appropriate time in these proceedings. All right. Also, don't use any third-party sites or resource or reference materials to otherwise aid or augment your understanding as to what you may have learned in this trial. You can only consider what's been lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom. Also, it would be a violation, remember, ladies and gentlemen, for you to go to any of the scenes that are depicted or you might have learned through the testimony in this particular case. Don't go by any of the scenes and take any pictures, drawings, or any other memorializations to aid in your understanding. Remember, you can only consider what's been presented in this case or inside this courtroom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if any third party should try and reach out to you by any means necessary or any mode necessary or available, please report that to Sergeant Ingram and myself immediately. And remember not to listen to any of the recaps or any other third-party resuscitations or regurgitations of this particular trial or any of the proceedings and the like. You can only consider what's been presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any, one more thing? Also, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us in the trial of this matter. And I say that on behalf of everybody assembled here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point? All right, unless you do, then we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. All rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Okay. Ms. Hilton, did you send an updated Donovan Thomas, what's labeled as an email on Friday, the 31st of May at 11:51 approximately with an attachment Donovan Thomas Senior PowerPoint?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that the one that you're asking the court to consider, or has it been updated anyway?
It has been updated.
Did you send another email out to the rest of us?
Not yet.
Okay, then I'm going to use this one as the next court's exhibit in order. Counsels, that was the one that was sent to the rest of you at 11:51 a.m. on Friday, the 31st of May 2024. I'll also include, Mr. Steele, you included a email sent Monday, the 3rd of June, 2024 at 10 p.m. in opposition to the particularized exhibit numbers that the state presented in the PowerPoint. Is that correct, sir?
You are correct, sir.
All right, I will include that as the next course exhibit in order. Okay, so is it the state's contention that you will be getting or attempting to get these particular exhibits that are on the PowerPoint? We'll start off through. through the testimony of Mr. Deamonte Senior.
Yes.
All right, let's cover the state's 324 Yankee. Could you put that up, please?
You're right, I think he only had certain ones that were objected, there were only about 4 of them. Okay. There are 4 specific pictures, not the entire PowerPoint.
Okay, hold on, which ones are you, okay. Mr. Steele's objecting to, states 325 Yankee and 326 Yankee and 327 Yankee, and 328 Yankee under sympathy.
And Judge, I'm not sorry, before we proceed, let me step up briefly and say something to that.
Okay. This particular motion, that is all. He can rejoin us at any point in time afterwards. Okay, Ms. Hilton, what about the ones I was just mentioning now about Mr. Steele specifically having objections as to .325 Yankee, 326 Yankee, 327 Yankee, and 328 Yankee on the basis of sympathy and 403. So are you including any of those?
You're right, we would like to hear the defense's argument before we can respond.
He said sympathy.
Only for one?
No, for four.
No.
325, 326, 327, 328.
No, my understanding, Your Honor, is that the only one that's sympathy is for 328, because he puts that one in parentheses, Your Honor. I believe that 325, and I'll let Mr. Steele say otherwise, but based on my reading of the email, he only put in parentheses for sympathy, the one which would be 326Y.
That's not how I read it. Unless he sent another one.
So I would think that we would like to hear from Mr. Steele first so that the state can make sure that we're answering the questions.
You got
as-
anything further, Mr. Steele?
Sure.
Yeah.
Your Honor, would it be easy, and can I ask the court, maybe the state can put up each of the exhibits
Yes.
that we all?
Put up 325 first. I mean, I have the PowerPoint, but you could just show them so everybody can see them.
Okay, so I was, and Your Honor, in my email, it says at the beginning, Ms. Hilton was correct. Sympathy is just for 327Y. In the introduction to it, I objected to.
327 Yankee.
Right.
Okay, all right. So what's the basis for 325?
Everything else I wrote in the introductory, Your Honor, hearsay. So it was a hearsay objection to everything else, except one of them, I believe, is, there's a couple of different, but as I introduced the court, I said below my objections under hearsay statute. I'm not looking at my email, but I wrote that. And then I added sympathy to that one, but
Okay, so
it's a hearsay objection.
325 is hearsay,
Yeah.
has a picture of four people in it, and
So it's redacted. So I was looking, I have multiple from the state, but if this is the one they intend to show, that is satisfied. I was objecting to the
Okay.
statements on the,
all right, so anybody else have any other objection to 325 Yankee? If not, then assuming a foundation can be laid, all right, we'll move on to 326 Yankee.
and if it's redacted, I won't have any problem, Your Honor. The only problem
Let's put it up first.
okay, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, 326 Yankee, all right.
I don't have a objection to that since it's been redacted.
Okay, 327 Yankee.
Well, when I say that, all the other objections, foundation, I don't want to waive anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Just the hearsay. 327, I believe, Your Honor.
327.
Okay, so this one, I have no orientation. I believe, I am not telling you I'm correct. It's an album cover. It says Long Live Nut. It says YF and Lucci. And then there's you could read it. I can read it anyway. Upside down, it is the gravestone of Mr. Thomas. So I am objecting to that both under sympathy and the album cover is a gentleman who the state has on the witness list, if they want to call him, but they said that they indicated anyway, he doesn't seem to appear on a witness list that's coming up. So that's why I'm objecting. And the album cover was released. This is my information. I'm not telling you the state may have different thoughts, but I have March 3rd, 2017. So I don't see the relevance / I see a lot of 403 issues I'd like to raise, including sympathy.
Okay, all right. Let me hear from the state, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, okay.
It's okay. All right, madam. 327 Yankee.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, this picture is a picture of Rayshawn Bennett. And the title of the album is Long Live Nut. What the significance of this album or this particular picture, not even the album, is to show the continuous relationship between Mr. Bennett and Mr. Donovan Thomas, even after death. So what we know, what I believe will come out through testimony with Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr. is that both Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. and Rayshawn Bennett had a business relationship. Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. is actually the individual that brought Rayshawn Bennett to TIG Records, and you're going to hear some of that testimony tomorrow. But what this indicates that it was more than just a business relationship, it was a friendship, because even after his death, he decided to name an album after this individual who had passed away 2 years prior. Why is that relevant? In the midst of what the state believes was a gang war in 2017, and I'm actually getting ready to get the date specifically, is that we believe YSL continued to target Mr. Rayshawn Bennett as a result of, or as a part of this gang war. So immediately following the murder of Donovan Thomas, you're going to hear, you've heard some testimony that Rayshawn Bennett's mother's home was shot up. Then as years progressed, YSL continued to antagonize Mr. Bennett. Mr. Williams himself, and this is one of the acts in our indictment, actually made a threat to Mr. Bennett on social media saying, if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you. Then we have another act in the indictment in which Mr. Deamonte Kendrick actually stood on top of Mr. Bennett's car while that car was parked at Lenox Mall. And then lastly, one of the events that we believe led to the death of Shamel Drinks is while Mr. Bennett was incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail, a YSL member, Jaden Myrick, we believe at the direction of both, we believe Mr. Williams as well as Mr. Garlington, actually stabbed Lucci while in the Fulton County Jail. That stabbing trickled a number of different events. One, we believe, is the killing of two individuals, Mr. Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And then that killing ultimately led to the killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks. So this picture is not being presented for sympathy, but for the relevance of the relationship between Mr. Donovan Thomas and Mr. Bennett, more than just a business relationship, but an actual friendship. And again, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, Mr. Bennett had continued to be targeted by YSL, Your Honor.
Who are the three people in stage 327 Yankee?
So in the distance is Mr. Donovan Thomas
Junior?
Jr. Standing is, of course, Mr. Lucci, Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, and next to that is Donovan Thomas's son. Donovan Thomas Jr.'s son. But those are the three individuals in the picture.
Is Mr. Lucci going to testify at some point? That's my first question.
At this juncture, we do not believe he'll be testifying.
All right. How does his father know about that senior, Thomas Thomas Sr., know about this particular issue? I mean, it'd be
about the picture?
Yeah.
I mean, he saw it himself. He was aware that it existed. He was aware that this individual made a album dedicated to his son. And he knows that that's his grandson on the picture. And he knows that that's his son in the background. And he knows that that's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett.
The court's concern is you're going to elicit hearsay.
How?
Because if you're asking Mr. Senior, Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., about this particular album, it'd be more relevant if Mr. Lucci's going to testify. He could say, well, yeah, we had such a close relationship, I named my album after him, okay? But for a third party, you're talking about conversations that were had potentially with a decedent, or we're getting the same problem we had before. Same issue. It's not a residual hearsay issue. You're going to get into some hearsay potentially.
But I think I can ask Mr. Donovan Thomas, did he know about an album called Long Live Nut? And he'll say yes.
Okay.
And had you ever seen the album cover to that? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 327Y. So
Okay.
that would not elicit any hearsay
All right.
at all, because he has knowledge of this album color. He knows about it. He's seen it.
You're not going to ask him how he has knowledge about it, right?
No.
Okay.
That he's seen it, that Nut is his son. There's a picture of his son, his grandson, and that
All
would
right.
be
Given
the
that,
conclusion.
Mr. Steele, I'll assuming they can allow a foundation, I'll allow it over your objection. Yes, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I understand the Harvey rule, but specifically, we would like to add to the argument. This is a 403 issue. If you recall, there was a picture in life of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Jr., the deceased, and we discussed it in the state's stance on, we're going to let it in, we're going to bring it in through the mothers, because, it's just a picture of him.
Mother who? I'm sorry. Mother who?
Edmonds. And their stance was, it's just a picture of him. It's not of his children. It's not anything like that. It's just him. Here, they are running an end around of 403, of the picture in life ruling and everything else by presenting a picture of the deceased son looking down sadly. And of course it is sad, but it's not appropriate for trial, looking down sadly at his father's grave site with his father's face over the poor child's left shoulder. They have so many other ways to establish the relationship between Lucci and Donovan Thomas. They have witnesses, including Donovan Thomas Sr. They have a plethora of pictures off of Donovan Thomas's Instagram with Lucci in them. They have Lucci. They can say, we're not anticipating Lucci testifying, Mr. Bennett testifying. Okay, subpoena him and tell him to come into court. They can do that. Mr. Bennett doesn't get to decide if he's testifying or not. They can call Mr. Bennett to testify. But the idea that we're just going to allow a picture of the deceased son looking sadly down at his father's grave.
So you're saying it may be more prejudicial than probative?
It's substantially more prejudicial.
How about if I order the state to leave everything in there except Lucy, long live Nut, and crop out everything else? Would that work?
Could you just repeat the suggestion?
Crop out the three people in the picture and the gravestone.
That, I can speak for myself.
right.
That would work for me.
All right, here's the issue that I find, Ms. Hilton. The issue I find is problematic in this case. You got a child that's in here, and that's going to be more prejudicial than probative. So if you want the album cover in, you can crop out the three people and the gravestone. You can admit it. The album cover is relevant. You could admit it, but I want you to crop out the three people in the gravestone. Okay.
Can I just say something further?
Sure. Because the prejudice is you got just the whole issue of the setup of the album cover, and I need to paint for the record. You do have the fading of Donovan Thomas Jr., his son, and looking at the gravestone, and Mr. Lucci looking at the gravestone. So the court's ruling is based upon you have his son's on the album cover, and that's what tips the prejudice in the court's opinion under 403.
And the state understands the court's ruling. I just want to address Mr. Shard's argument, because although they say it's prejudicial, what I also hear them saying is if we bring Lucci in, then it'll be fine for us to put the album cover up. So if it is fine, if Lucci comes in and we put the album cover up, then the prejudice is not different or the same. Matter of fact, I think
It's still
Mr. Bennett
it still would be prejudicial. You still have the same objection. I'd still have to rule upon it because you've already got the issue of a child and a person he did an album with cover Mr. Lucci, who's holding some flowers and then looking at the grave. I mean, I think that in and of itself may be more prejudice and probative, as to the point it brings in sympathy. But what I am saying is, to make it relevant, you can use that, but just crop out the gravestone and the three people in there, and then it would be, you've got an album cover, and I think that covers that. Even over objection would suffice that.
Would the court be amenable, because it is Lucci, we will, like him on the picture, that we crop out the gravestone and the son and keep Lucci and Donovan Thomas?
No?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so you got my ruling on that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What's next? 328? All right. What's the base for the objection, 328, Mr. 328 Yankee?
The hearsay, Your Honor. This is what I believe to be Mr. Donovan Thomas's Instagram account, and he's not going to testify, God forbid, but you have his big business _ ENT _ nut, and then it says words that he's speaking about to hit these Miami streets. Town think it's a game. That's my objection.
State?
Your Honor, in this particular exhibit 328Y, we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted that he's about to hit these Miami streets. Whether or not he was about to leave his room or not to go hit the streets is not what is relevant. I mean, it's not what we're offering this particular picture for. So it's not hearsay, because we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted.
And what are you offering it for? If I can ask, what are you offering it for then?
Sure. So specifically that in and around this time, there have been several exhibits already admitted. A few with, I believe, Mr. Williams in there around this May 2014 timeframe that have come in, and this was another of those pictures in their sequence of pictures. And so I believe it's Williams 13. Which this was on May 26, 2014. And matter of fact, defense counsel admitted Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.'s caption in this particular picture. All of this came from Mr. Thomas's page. So we were consistent with what was already admitted. So if you see that this is the big business entertainment nut caption, still with Williams 13, defense counsel introduced the caption underneath the picture, so the state followed in the same manner.
Where's Williams?
Picture,
I see Williams 13.
this is Williams 13 that's up on the screen right now.
Okay. All right.
And then the other one was from May 24, 2014, so showing that these pictures are taken roughly in the same amount, the same time frame with, and they're all from the same account, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see Williams 328 Yankee now, please.
So this is 328 Yankee.
It's the same one as Williams 13?
No, it's two different pictures,
Okay.
but both from the same big business entertainment nut account.
Okay, so I see Williams 13.
Okay.
Show me states 328 Yankee now.
This is 328 Yankee.
Hold on. Okay, one more time. Let me see.
Sure. Williams 13.
Okay, and now the other one.
and then 328 Yankee.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Steele, anything else? Terms of, what's the difference between that and the one you admitted?
The different Instagram postings, different pictures around the same time. But the fact that the state didn't object to Mr. Williams number 13 with the post has nothing to do with my objection to state's exhibit number 328Y. It is hearsay. The state wants to say it's non-hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but you have to have a purpose for non-hearsay, effect of the listener. It was something that is non-hearsay because it's untruthful. The state can't just say, well, it's non-hearsay, so we want to use it. And they're clearly using it for some purpose that when you ask them, they didn't tell you what the purpose is, but I'm objecting not to the picture or the posting, the date, but I'm objecting like you had me redact the statements. That's what my objection is. And I don't see, I think that's a consistent, valid objection in this trial. And the state may have wanted in Mr. Williams 13, that posting. I don't know. I'm not asking the strategy, but I just put it in. I don't have any strategic position, but I did want this to be removed because it's hearsay.
All right.
That's my objection.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As to 328 Yankee, before I rule upon that.
Your Honor, we don't have to have an exception if it's not hearsay. So Mr. Steele just said that we have to have basically an exception. If it's not hearsay, it's not hearsay. We're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, so it's non-hearsay. Therefore,
Okay,
we don't need an
What are
exception.
you offering it for? Because if you're offering it for, if it's not, remember, hearsay is an out-of-court statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So what is it that you were asked? What's your rationale, or what does it fall under?
Sure, it's relevant to show the context of other pictures that are now in evidence. So Williams 13 is in evidence. So we also have 328Y, and then I think we have a few others that are all from this time period of May 24th through about about June 4th. All of these pictures all come from the same account. So it's context to show these pictures are kind of all in line and in succession of one another, of each other. So that's the state's purpose of.
The pictures are fine. It is the statement itself. So I'm going to go ahead and sustain that objection. So just cut out the big biz and not about to hit these Miami streets underneath that through the date.
So we need to take out that this is his account as well at the bottom?
I'm sorry?
So the big business entertainment,
you
none
leave
is his
that.
account.
No, leave that. Like by Traz and 371 others. Underneath that, all the way through view 13 comments, just you can leave in the May 24, 2014 and the big biz and not. I mean, you got it on both top and bottom. That's fine, but just take out everything else underneath the heart, we call it the caption and the paper airplane underneath there through view 13, all 13 comments. You can leave May 24th of 2014 and leave big biz and not at the bottom and top.
Thank you.
All right. What else are you gonna, what other pictures are there objections to, are you gonna try and show?
I believe those are only 4 indicated.
All right. Yes. Yes.
The state also gave us Jeffery Williams number 222B. And it's in evidence, but they changed just like they did in the Mr. Williams number 13. I don't know, somebody changed the exhibit sticker. It now says defense exhibit 222B. Mine is Mr. Williams or JW 222B. So I don't know if that matters to the court. I just don't want it to be confusing because I introduced it.
I'm gonna let, unless it's something that needs to be taken up now, what I'll do is I'll get Ms. Weaver to check what's been admitted against what you all have, but we don't need to do that right now unless it's gonna be shown to the witness.
That's fine. Can I give you two others in for, it's okay for Mr. Weaver to look at?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is Jeffery Williams 2 or JW 222A, and the state changed it to defense 22A.
Yeah, we corrected that to be 222A.
And then again, it's the same defense versus JW. And then on state's exhibit number 331Y, that can be shown. It has the word Donovan Thomas Sr. I don't know why that's there, so I'm objecting.
We corrected that as well.
Okay.
Those are my objections. It's also for Ms. Weaver, JW 13 became Williams 13. I don't know how to change. But anyway, Your Honor, can I just make, I understand the court's ruling, can I just make a more full objection to states 327Y, and that's the album cover. I know the court ordered that, I appreciate it. But I still just will oppose an objection, so I just want to alert that on the court. And the parties that getting into the relationship between Mr. Thomas Jr. and Mr. Bennett or anyone else, I've already objected to, because unless Mr. Thomas Sr., the witness, has competent knowledge of how to testify to that, that would be hearsay. So I know you took it up and said we're going to take that up. If it's an observation, that's fine. But I don't believe that naming someone's album and saying "Long Live Nut" should ever come into this trial. I don't see how that's relevant, and it was not said by Donovan Thomas Sr., the witness. So I just wanted that. I understand you took everything out, and I appreciate it. It's just I still think that that is hearsay, and there's no way for Donovan Thomas Sr. to get it in under my understanding of the facts of this case and of the law applicable. So I just wanted you to do that. I appreciate what you did. I'm not trying to continue to go back. I just wanted to make that for the record. Your Honor, also, can I go into a further topic?
Anything further, the 327?
Your Honor, again, it's the fact that this occurred, that Lucci did it, that he actually created the album. That's it. So
That's
stand
all.
on that
So,
proposition.
all right, I'm taking your objection under objection for purpose of the record, and I'll give you continuing objection.
Okay, and I'd
What's
like
next,
to
sir.
obviously cross-examine Mr. Bennett. I don't know if he was paid a lot of money to do that. Okay. Mr. Smith, always polite, told me outside during one of our breaks that the handwriting expert, the state has no intention of putting in the indictment that they gave, any character, and will eliminate any personal information like Mr. Williams' driver's license number or passport, et cetera. And the state has 2 pages, and I will look at them, and Mr. Smith will make them available. If we need any further matter on that, we'll let you know. And then the state also gave us, it's not labeled, so I can't do exhibits, but they gave us additional potential exhibits by the Honorable District Attorney Atkins. Thank you. He sent it on Friday afternoon, and we have several objections to those. So I don't know how to label them, but we went through, each one, and we have several objections to them. But I can't really say to you State's Exhibit number 1 because
What were they sent? When were they sent?
Friday, 5 o'clock-ish. Does that sound right?
Who sent them?
The gentleman to my left, Mr. Atkins.
Who sent the email?
Mr. Atkins.
What time did you send it?
I'm gonna say 4:50, if somebody can help me. Friday at 4:50, but I'm going by my memory. Mr. Weinstein said 432, Your Honor.
Is it one with a Dropbox link?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, which one is it? Which folder is it?
Your Honor, it would be, I believe it says the second round. And Your Honor, just for the court's edification, this second round of potential exhibits are just that, potential exhibits. So we may not use all of those.
Okay,
And
out
so
of which folder? That's what I'm talking about.
it would be the second, it says round 2.
Okay, round two's got a lot of stuff. It's got Henninger, Hertz, Infinity, Extrinsic,
So that's,
calls, shots from drone, social media.
so that's the point, Your Honor, that these are just a pool of exhibits that we will be pulling from. So when we have individual witnesses, we will be pulling from those particular exhibits. And so at this point, that's just a pool. We wanted defense counsel to be aware of the pool of exhibits that we may pull from for certain witnesses.
All right,
And
so
as we've been doing, we will send the
more specific.
more specific ones so that the objections can be launched like they were today. Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Steele, we'll put a pin in that for the time being until they're given more specificity or which ones you're gonna be using. And I'm not gonna rule upon them at this point in time. There may be no need for me to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Ms. Sharp, do you have something, sir?
Well, you covered it, Your Honor. I just know you always say a forewarned judge is a happy judge, so
Yeah, depend.
just trying to give you notice.
Sure.
Court notice that there were gonna be some issues.
Okay, all right. All right, okay, so tomorrow's witness is Mr. Donovan Thomas Senior. Who else?
Ira Singleton, Richard Alivore, maybe Mr. Paulsick, and depending on how that goes, potentially Mr. Copeland.
Okay. All right. All right, folks, and we'll see, unless there's anything else, I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, all right? Okay, all right, we're in recess.